All right, chat room, we ended the stream yesterday having just finished work on I don't know what you would call this. Another work farm? Yeah, that seems like a good name for it. And I think we're going to get this thing built over in our hardcore world properly. This will be another AFK farm that'll be pretty nice to have. I don't know if it's like tutorial worthy. I don't know if it's any good, but seems all right. Seems all right. Is there any way that we would be able to compact this before we start looking at how to move this into the world? Also, I want to give a shout out to Eyebrows Padawan and Eltrian for being here at the top of the stream. I really freaking appreciate it, dudes. Compacting it. I mean, this is pretty much the size right here. This is the timer. And it's a pretty nice timer. It was made by Ilmango, and I really appreciate it a lot. A 15-minute timer in such a compact form that's one wide, and I mean, there's a chance that it's tileable. This thing is nice. I is here, just got here. Max, thanks for getting here, man. Also, I have a full water bottle today for the hydrates. You guys are great. So I just want to take a look and see if there's any way. Eyebrows redeemed hydrate. I shouldn't have said anything. Eyebrows, cheers! Ah, nice cold basement water. I call it basement water because it sat. It's in a water bottle and it sat on the floor of the basement, which means it's cold. In the Midwest, we have lots of basements because we have tornadoes, and who wants to get sucked up by a twister? Not me. Do we put like a lever on the side of this in order to stop the minecart from rolling back and forth, or do we just not care? Also, do we lever this? Ilmango 15-minute timer. I know that he had a lever that he was able to add to it.
Seconds.
Okay, you just would put a lever off of, you know, this point. Something like this. Which means that you should also be able to put a lever. Something like that. And it does the same thing. Does the minecart moving increase the lag from the minecart just existing? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. It might. Having a single lever, so that shuts off both. Excuse you. If you could chill. So if this is on, that's on, and then we would want like a torch, and then really it just needs to power both of these pistons, doesn't it? So something like this would work. This is now off, and this is now permanently extended, which would force the hopper to put all of the items back. I mean, technically, this is good. How is it day 9001? Asterisk. It's not actually day 9001. Alternatively, we just let it sit. I don't know what we're gonna have room for in the world, so let's try to finish compacting this a little bit, because right now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks in depth. I just wanted to be able to say it's over 9,000. There's 8 blocks in depth. Can we make it a little bit smaller? This guy, I mean, we need some sort of torch input here. That's 100% for sure. And that kind of feels like the answer. In 1.16, I know we'll be able to compact this a little bit. hopefully, maybe you could do something like this, but like as it sits, that redstone dust is going to pop off. But in 1.16, it won't. Thinking. I'm just trying to think if there's a way that we could set this up. Maxiander, Nims, what if I told you my friend builds computers in Minecraft without mods or command blocks? People have been doing that since 2013, but it's still cool as hell. Any way of compacting this? I mean, we could spin this on its side. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arrangement. We don't have room for that in the world. I mean, crap. Like, we need a wall here, and I don't know if we're going to get that. I know that we have the wall right here. I know that's not going to be an issue. I mean, yeah, I think that we just go for it as is. I'm not seeing any great, impressive way that we're going to be able to compact this down. If you scoot this block forward by 1, even though it looks like it'll work, it won't. And that's because this solid block powered by this comparator will quasi-connectivity the middle piston, so it'll never retract. I mean, maybe there's an argument that says we use sticky pistons, and then we put slime in the front of them, and then solid blocks on the front of that. And then you could power this whole thing with 1 piston, as an example. It would have to go up again. I mean, technically this works. Does this allow it to be smaller? We need a block that can move. Let's do like slabs. Okay, and then let's say nether wart. Okay, so then we have our nether wart down. This guy gets extended, but I need him to extend. Okay, 4, 3, 2, 1. I didn't power him. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb, chat room. Okay, let's try that one more time. Okay, and then that's a 13. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any moment now. Maybe I can run it a little fast. Okay, at this point I'm very confused. This shouldn't be happening. What? How are you refilling? You should be pulsing faster. Did I set something up incorrectly? I may have. Two, 1. Okay, we didn't lose the slime, or we didn't lose the slabs, and that's the important part. So we could do it this way. And that would allow us to make it one smaller. Because what we would be able to do is we'd be able to put the torch there, and then we'd be able to scoot this whole apparatus forward by one. Yeah? But then we have a little bit of problems with slime blocks. So I guess we just have to go make the front end of this and then see where we can put the back end. So let's go ahead and jump over to our hardcore world. I think we're ready to to do a lot of things. Salt is so powerful. True. Papa Dugan's here. Miss Taco Cow is here. Taco, I believe Mims wanted to know in which country you live, but you left before I could ask. That's true, I did. James, how's it going? Just got off an intense work call where management basically slammed the very premise with the thing I'm working on. They're basically going to have to pivot a ton. Oof. All of the work, the time and effort that you... Hello, skeleton. That you've put into that project so far is just being, like, poofed, disappeared. That sucks. What was the context? Hungary. Okay, I think we knew that. You were saying it was late, and I was curious, like, for me, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon right now. So if it's late for you, obviously you're in a very different part of the world from me. And I'm just always curious to know where, like, people are from. And, like, I just think it's cool. Like, we have this giant interconnected world. Something as simple as, like, you know, 150 years ago, even like a generation ago, you and I being able to have like any sort of conversation would have been an effort. And now it's just, it's nothing. And I just think that's so interesting. I just think it's the coolest thing. Dude, so many, like, golden skeletons. What? Why is everybody just rocking the gold? Look at this. We got gold legs, gold boots. Don't need that garbage. I also don't need these bones. You tend to leave streams early. But no, in Eastern Europe, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it was around 10, 11, and I had to wake up very early for school. I mean, reasonable. I'm not questioning your reasoning. It's just, I think it's just, again, super cool. Super cool that, like, here I am, middle of the United States, and, like, Hungary. I need to drop off some of the items in my inventory. We've got to move the fishing farm. And then after we move the fishing farm, we'll set up the... Yeah, that's fine. We'll set up the nether wart farm. So this fishing farm's just gotta go. I gotta be a little careful with how we destroy here. I need to do something with all of these enchanted books. These are crazy. We want to save the water bottles for the upcoming bee farm. And this is a good time to just say thanks for all the follows, guys. I noticed that we've already picked up a few today. Do we still have a lot of peasants in the pit? Do we have, like, a game-crushing amount of peasants in the pit? I don't know how they got stuck over there. That's interesting to me. Oh, God! Mistakes were made! Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. We're just gonna... I don't know if we just broke our world. Or at least we might have broken the villager breeder. But I'm going to say the villager breeder has done its job. These two villagers have made so many babies, chat room. So many babies. They're taking cramming damage, which is what we keep hearing. I don't even want to know how many babies that is. I see 80 some odd entities on screen right now. My computer's being a trucker right now, a trooper. So yeah, we're just gonna pretend like that's not happening. Like, no human atrocities are happening inside of that villager breeder. Definitely not. I mean, but we've been committing human atrocities in Minecraft for how long now? We kill villagers because they don't have the trades we want, which is basically the premise of, like, eugenics. Oh, wow. Oh, I don't want to fall in here. Take that. I'll just drop all this garbage down the hole. You know, I don't really care at this point. We have so many books. Okay, so we have the fishing farm in our inventory. And I'll need to move it into somewhere like this position. Is the idea. Stretch. Yeah, that's true, James. I feel like there's been someone in here from Hungary before. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was her, like, just a week ago, and we forgot because we're all beady eyes. It's very possible. Garbage, garbage. I mean, garbage. I mean, Unbreaking's always good. Unbreaking, that's just a god book. All of these other books, I'm probably just gonna trash. Checking for stuff like Unbreaking, Mending. But I'm pretty sure we have every enchant possible at this point. I mean, I kind of am interested in putting thorns on my gear, if we're being a little honest. I don't know. Maybe I don't care that much. I go back and forth on thorns so often. There was another Unbreaking. Yo, did I? Okay. Okay. So we pulled out 3 Unbreakings. And this, I mean, again, this is why I'm not super concerned. We have all the protection in the world, all the feather falling, all of the enchants for armor here. We have all the tools, which is just a silk touch efficiency out the wazoo over here. All the melee weapon stuff like knockback, looting, sharpness. We've got Riptide is over here. And then all of the ranged weapon stuff like piercing, multi-shot, power, etc. is over here. Maybe we need another... No, I was going to say maybe we need more stuff to make bows, but then I remembered that we've already made 4 god tier bows and they're just sitting back in base, so... Kind of want to save the bowls. I like the bowls. Is it 115.2? Yes, it is. It is 115.2. got that. Are ocean temples worth visiting? Yeah, at some point. Yeah, I would like to set up a guardian farm. I've never gotten to do that before in Minecraft. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna just set up another temp chest. Series of temp chests over here to just drop some of these items in that we don't immediately need to have. Bones, excuse you. Okay. So now we've got this spot cleared. We have plenty of cobblestone, so we could probably use this to start, like, actually properly building out this area. I just gotta be a little careful. I really don't want to pick those books up. I'm so over them. Let's see. On this height, okay. Okay, so that's enough space to start building. I want to go get some granite and some more redstone. How are you doing that? Dropping the items that way? Just hovering over them and then pushing my drop item key, which for me I have set to V. I think by default it's like E or Q. You can check inside of controls. Drop selected item. It's normally Q. So I'm just hovering over it and then hitting V or Control V to drop the entire stack. Yeah. So we need some granite, which is our redstone building block. So there's our granite. We need some soul sand, some redstone, some observers. We need more observers. Y'all remember how to make observers? I don't. That's a lot of books. It is a lot of books, but we have even more books. Like, oh, I guess I did clean out those books. Okay, maybe we don't have more books, but still, it's already a ridiculous amount of books. What do we need to make observers? Oh. Cobblestone. I thought it was smooth stone. I mean, 8 observers, 11 observers should do the trick. What else do we need? Soul sand. We know that we need like 3 things of soul sand. Some comparators. Okay. What else? Some hoppers. Ooh, that might be a bit tough. I don't know how much iron we have. It's not looking good for the iron, eh? Oh god, that's because we moved it all into this chest. Yeah, we're fine on iron. So we need a bunch of chests, which means that we need okay, there's a bunch of hoppers. We do need some double chests. I remember that. So hoppers, we need droppers, which are relatively easy to make. English only, Cheery. I'm sorry. I am stereotypical American. I am monolingual. Gonna ask to keep it in English, my dude. Sorry. What did I just say we needed? Droppers. That's what it was. I think that's stone, and I think we just converted all of our stone. Oh, let's take it now. I'm in such a hard position. I found a good online school and there is a trial time available, but as I'm in school and exams are coming up, there's no time for me to try it out. And I just can't leave this school because it's private and the waiting list is months. Yeah. So it wouldn't work out. I could just come back to the school. And I'm also doing, I don't know what GCSEs are. I know it's something to do with like education, but I don't know anything else about it. Next year, which means if I started online school, I wouldn't be able to withdraw. That's a tough situation. You've got some big decisions in front of you. Let's see, we needed droppers. Just go ahead and make a bunch. And we're low on redstone, so we're gonna grab a little bit more. We've got soul sand. We also need pistons and / or sticky pistons. Getting a little tight here on resources. We need potentially 3 slime blocks, which I think this build technically requires 37. So I don't know. I'm determined to learn how to drop items that way. Inventory management takes too long? For sure. It's super easy. I mean, again, you just hover over it and you press whatever your drop key is. Oof. So we need to make pistons, which is what? Cobblestone, iron. So we'll pull out some more iron. Redstone, and wood. Yeah. So we need to go get more cobblestone, just more cobblestone always. GCSEs are basically a general certificate of secondary education. Okay. Is it something you usually obtain in a 2-year time span or a 4-year time span? It threw me off for a second to see that giant open space there. I was like, what the what? Can't wait until we get to condense all these bases down into one. So we were making pistons. There it was. Many of them as we can. We're going to need it. And I am fine converting 3 of them into sticky pistons. I don't think that's going to be a big deal. No, we'd only need 1. Okay. I think that's enough. Some slabs might be in order. Nope, this is. I'm missing 3 slime blocks if that's what we want. We also need 3 powered rails. Didn't we have a bunch of powered rails at some point? Y'all, I could have sworn we had like 3 powered rails. Somewhere. There's all of our regular rails. Activator and detector. Do we not get powered rails from mine shafts? Okay. I know it's something with gold. Gold, sticks, redstone. Okay. Gold, gold, gold. Sticks. Oh. That would use a lot of our gold. Let's take it down by half. Okay. Maybe we need a lever for this design as well. We might need some redstone torches. I don't remember. We have the piston. We have... It's just slime balls that we're missing at this point. But that's because we're using them in our other design. Okay. I think that's all the materials that we need to build it. GCSEs is from year 10 to year 11. Interesting. So is that like, that'd be the end of high school for us, I think. So that's like a high school diploma. I think that's what the equivalent would be. You sound thirsty? I'm all right. I could drink though. Okay, so first I think we need a... Oh, I need a rail or a minecart. Papa Duke and Redeemed Hydrate. Cheers. Thank you for the hydrate. Ba-bam. Ba-bam. We need that minecart. Didn't we have one in here? I don't think we did. Why do we still have all of this iron on us? I see you changed the amount. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I did. It's just the UK version. Okay. Let's see. So the first thing that I want to know is if we powered rail, we'll throw on a lever. Okay. So the question was, does the barrel serve as a block that can accelerate minecarts? The answer is yes. So I mean, do we just put the minecart system back and forth right here? I mean, it kind of makes sense, yeah? So then, if this is our minecart system, we might be able to throw a lever on this without causing any problems. It moves the trapdoor. I'm not a fan. We might be able to throw the lever there without causing many problems. Okay. And then that means that the soul sand goes immediately in front, which still works out. And then we need... cobblestone as our block that we'll be placing against, because this is a... we'll make it cleaner. We're gonna push out that wall a lot, but it's not that big of a deal. My son is a senior in high school, graduating with a 3.9. So proud of him. Dude, that is awesome. Going into the Marines whenever he graduates. My dad went into the Marines and served for like 12 years, I want to say. And he remembers his time very fondly. That's really great. That's really cool. I'm a block short. There's a crafting table right here. Okay. So now all of this is slabbed off on the top. Thought I saw an Enderman for a moment. I got excited. I was like, Ender pearls! But hopefully by the end of the stream today, we'll actually have our Darkroom mob farm set up. I plan on building like 3 different farms today. We're going to be building the Netherwort farm. We're going to be moving the fishing farm, but I'll still have to build it, right? And then hopefully by the end of the stream, we'll be able to set up the Darkroom mob spawner above us here. And maybe, depending on time, we'll also be able to set up a nano farm. Okay, that's nice. So the player's sitting here, and getting shuffled back and forth, left and right, holding down right click, and all the Netherwort is what? Going directly into the player's inventory, or do we want to collect it and put it into some sort of secondary system? If we were to try to put it into some sort of secondary system, we'd have to have hopper minecarts immediately under this. We'd have to micromanage the player's inventory. Nah, I think I'm fine. Yeah, I think I'm okay. Yeah. So from this point, we need... I mean, 3 sticky pistons facing downward. Right? And then do we have any Netherwort? Netherwort. None? No. Let's just bring it all. I was gonna only bring 3, but then I was like, well, what if it gets destroyed and we don't pick it up quickly, and then, you know, blah, 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 blah. Let's just bring it all. I need to get up there now. We need some sort of temporary blocks to climb. Okay, so then we'll need there. We know that the torch sits here. Which will be off the vast majority of the time. And then into the back of the torch. So this is going to need to get punched out a fair amount. We know that there is a observer. Actually, this goes up. It's like an observer sitting on top of a... Yeah, an observer sitting on top of or a comparator sitting on top of an observer. I got there eventually, chat room. I don't want to hear any sass. You said sticky pistons, but you place regular pistons. It's a fair point. Given the amount of space, like, we have plenty of vertical room in here, but I just don't have the slime blocks for it. You know what, YOLO? Well, God, did I just get myself, like, stuck? No. You know what, that's a fair point. I think I do want the sticky piston version. I think it'll be so much cleaner. And given the space that we've got, like, we've got all the vertical space in the world here. So this is going to be much higher in the air. Let's try to build this in reverse. It would be blocks like that. And then it would be slime on top of those. So let's go, I'm just gonna go steal 2 more slime blocks. After we get the 2 slime blocks, it's what, like 1 sticky piston? Which we also have the sticky piston. Excuse you, door. Which we also have the sticky piston. Because as I was thinking about it, as you brought it up, Papa Dugan, it is going to be sticking. If we did the other version, it will stick out so far out of the back of this. I was like, ugh, it's gonna be so much room back here. People don't build enough vertically, yeah. So I'm gonna build vertically. So that's how we're going to destroy the nether wart. So whenever this extends, it'll crush them and it'll get them good. This needs to be jack-o'-lanterns. Or any sort of non-sticky block. I mean, 1, 2, 3. That's fine. There's 3 of them. Maybe it shouldn't be a jack-o'-lantern because every time this updates, it's going to cause lighting updates, which is laggy. Oof, that's a good point. We're not going to be able to shut this thing on and off, so it's just going to sit there and run all the time. And if it's just sitting there running all the time, hitting lighting updates is kind of obnoxious. So there's our pro cons. It's a little bit bigger if we build it with lighting updates in mind. It's a little bit smaller if we build it with, like, size in mind. I think I value the lighting updates more. So I think we do go back to regular frickin' pistons. I didn't think about that. And obviously I don't have to use jack-o'-lanterns here, but I'm also thinking about the slabs on the front are considered solid blocks for the purposes of where did that other one go? The slabs on the front are considered opaque blocks. So they'll cause lighting updates too. So we have in this design 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lighting updates that happen, whereas in the other one you only have 3. You should be able to turn it on and off. Getting a lever to the back is going to be a nightmare. I mean, I might be able to take this lever underneath the floor and do something with that, but like I don't even know what's underneath the floor. Let's take a look at that. Oh, yeah, we would be able to move this. It's dirt, so I trust that there's nothing on top of it. For sure. Is there anything that this is relevant to? Nope. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, we would definitely be able to get under here and shut this thing off. 100%. Okay, well then we'll do the sticky piston design. Okay, so then we'll put those there, and I don't remember it after this point. So we're gonna have to go like jack-o'-lanterns right here. We're AFK, we don't care about the lighting updates. Additionally, jack-o'-lantern right there, which has the torch on it, which this torch will be shut off because it's this torch, and then all of this gets scooted forward. So then we have an observer facing down into 2 sticky pistons facing backwards. Okay. Nope, I just reloaded the same world. I'm an idiot. Soltrock. How's it going, man? So then we have... I need one more jack-o'-lantern. Blam. Okay. And then... 1, 2, 3, 4. On top of this, we have a redstone torch. And just to show you... Oof. Oof. I didn't consider the blocks to the sides. Okay, it was good that it happened now and not later. Let's grab 2 more jack-o'-lanterns. One of these is pretty easy. I don't know about the other, but this one's pretty easy to fix. It's not that big a deal. And then what about the one that we grabbed over here? Also very easy to fix. All it's doing... Oh god, we are so fortunate that the lava was placed at the back. Otherwise, lava would have spilled down, would have come out, and it would have just been a nightmare. So, let's double check and make sure that this new version has no problems. Looks good to me. So then, the observer that's facing into this needs to be placed on top, or a comparator that's facing into this needs to be placed into an observer that's facing down. It's nighttime, and our little base is open, so we're just bailing. Hopefully no monsters go in there. So I know you're going with your modified farm for the nether wart, but did you look at the link in the Discord general chat that I posted? Do you think you could modify that system to break the nether wart? I looked at it. I didn't understand how you wanted it to be, because it was just with the time link that you provided, it's just a whatchamacallit crusher.
Bit slower, so that you should have time to pick them out without shift clicking and putting them into your inventory. So yes, that is better than what it was. It was very instant in the past. Now I have to try and install this. It's gonna be easy. And I suppose the very first in the past. So
I'm not quite sure because he's detecting items in a.
And yeah, there's the shulker box. Here's another thing that I did as well. This is not possible. The hopper sets. The order comes in, we are the customer, and yeah, there's the shulker box. Here's another thing that I did.
I mean, he's like detecting shulker boxes because they have items in them. I don't know if you could modify that to work with something like a static block, like a nether wart. I don't think so. Additionally, the size of that, if it is possible, the size of it makes it impossible for me to use because I would need it to fit in this area. So, no, the crushing mechanism. Well, I mean, that's basically what I'm using, but it's not really the crushing mechanism that's the hard part. It's the detection mechanism. So I'm kind of brute forcing detection because I am. Wait, don't we need a bunch of sticky pistons? We need like 2 more sticky pistons, don't we? I'm kind of brute forcing the detection system because I'm just not detecting it. I'm saying that on average, nether wart grow in will be fully grown every 12 minutes. So let me destroy the nether wart on a 15-minute interval. So I'm going a little slower than the average to make sure that they're grown, and then, you know, the player will just collect them. So I'm not detecting anything. I'm just doing the timer that's a little bit beyond the average. Sticky pistons is what we came in here for. It is a rather brute force way of doing it, but as we discovered last stream, whenever we looked at Doc M's design, I don't remember. I think this is downward into 2 sticky pistons, but I don't remember. As we looked at Doc M's design, it breaks, yes, with a solid block right there. The solid block under it. This could all be floating, but this solid block is relevant. Okay. As we looked at Doc M's design, it was very apparent that his design was just hard broken because he tried to make it too fancy. He tried to have like all these specialty detection systems that also counted, and then he also tried to make it tileable, and all of that came together to say his design broke to quasi-connectivity, broke to player placement, and it just, in order to fix those grievances, it just would have been impossibly large. And look at what I'm able to do with just a timer that's set to be slightly longer than the average time that it takes for a netherwort to grow. That's the wrong direction. I need to get them to detect each other is the issue. Okay, so there's part of it. I know that there are... we have a wandering trader. I know that there's 2 pistons here. I know that there's a dropper facing a hopper. Dropper does something. Dude, he sells slime balls. If it wasn't 4 emeralds to a slime ball, I would actually be interested. But at... oh my god, there's a bucket of pufferfish. Who was it that I owe a pufferfish to? Was it Repo? I don't remember, but I need to buy it. I need to buy it, chat room. It has to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 1 too many. Oh god, and then I combined my stacks like an idiot. We'll have our bucket o' pufferfish. There we go. I don't remember who wanted that. Was it Metal Sandman? It might have been. Well, he'll be able to enjoy his fish now whenever he comes back. So I know it's a dropper. Can I just murder you? Or are you going to be in the way this entire time? Let's go take a look at the design real quick. Is this a dropper facing upward? Is this supposed to be a dropper facing upward?
Sets. The order comes in. We are the customer.
That I want to show you. I got
yeah, actually, this is built incorrectly.
So the one in the back of me could send a signal up to every 15 minutes, 20 seconds, and the one further behind with the birch planks every 30 minutes and 22 seconds. But they are adjustable. The amount of
I believe this is the way that it was supposed to be made. The dropper facing upward into the chest. Because as I did it, there was no way of putting items into the chest.
Yeah, nice mechanics, which might not work on pin 13.
Okay, so this looks
but
right.
we'll
Then we
have to see.
need an observer
Don't-
facing
they don't
downwards.
work.
Let's kill the
So-
Ilmango video. Oh, I'm sorry, Repo. So we have a dropper facing up on top of that block into a double chest with a hopper facing into the dropper with a comparator sitting on top of an observer into 2 regular pistons. I think I got it. Okay, so we're supposed to have a... I think this means he dies now. I get so annoyed when, like, mobs wander into my base, especially whenever I'm trying to do redstone. Okay, a dropper facing up, a hopper facing into the side of this dropper, and then we need a double chest, a double chest. Need to murder a villager. Then we need a observer facing down. And then a comparator out the back of that hopper sitting on top of this observer. I think that's it. And then I think we put exactly 9 stacks of items into 1, 2. Don't need this lever. Right. Into this dropper. So this should be spamming right here. Very good, very normal. Okay, so that was the starting pulse. So then we need a way of shutting off this, I don't know, this piston here. And to me, it looks like the answer is coming up through the floor right here. So like a torch like this, and then that shuts both of them off, which would allow for the hopper to feed back into the, and then if this is removed, and then the clock starts again. Okay, so if we go torch here, and we dig down, right? So then we know that we need to get this torch here. We need to get the signal from this lever into this torch here. So we would need... So now it's off, so it would be allowed to work. And there might be some inversions that we need to pay attention to. So it's off right now. So we'll need one more inversion. Let me see if we can do this a little bit differently. I think we can. So instead of having the torch at that height, I think we go up one. So we go here to here. And then we place the torch in the middle. And then we place a dollop of redstone dust here. I don't think this will affect any other redstone around it. And then we power this torch off of the input from the lever. So the lever is currently off, which means that this farm should be off. Yeah, I think we can fill this in. I need my slabs. Okay. We'll probably cage that in, but in a bit. I think I figured out what I'm going to do. Definitely going to stay a year, then see how next year goes. If I get worse or my business really takes off or my parents divorce and we can no longer afford to pay for private school, then I'll switch to online school. Otherwise, I don't want to risk not being able to come back to my current school. Seems like a well thought out plan, and you have redundancies, which is always good. Yeah, I mean, you've planned as well as you can, and you have backup plans for backup plans, so... Okay, so both of these pistons here should be extended. This whole thing should be off. When we turn this lever on, the hopper minecart starts moving, and at a very slow pace, this dropper empties itself into this chest, and then eventually this dropper will become empty, and that will trigger these pistons to push downward, and destroy the nether wart. And all of this system shuts off by flipping that lever. Oh, did I just dig myself into a spot I can't get out of? Really looks like I did. Okay. And so 15 minutes from now, this should go ka-chunk, ka-chunk, and something should happen. Flipping the lever should also serve to reset the timer. Because, yeah, as soon as we flip the lever, all the items begin adding back into the dropper. So, I kind of wanted to take a look, because we've got to build the fishing farm now. And, while we wait on this... Okay, it's now full. And see, we're already at growth stage 2. Nether wart grows very quickly. No, dude, it's interesting questions. I don't mind it at all. Technically, that would be going left and right for forever. Space Lamp 6, how's it going, man? I mean, okay. I'm just doing one final, like, thought breakdown to make sure that everything is done correctly. We've got the timer, we've got a crusher, we've got it all wired up to one lever. We can move through the area unabated. Whenever this opens up, of course we can't go straight through the middle, but we can quickly walk just off to the side, which is, you know, good enough. And so from here, we would end up building like a fishing farm there, and a nano farm here, and then a tree farm off of this wall. And then now we freed up all of the space around this. And let's go ahead and encase that. This seems like it's just asking for trouble, doesn't it? Oh, that one should stay. Good things hoppers shut off whenever there's a container above them. Like, I want it to come out a little bit so that way there's some sort of protection around it against like a creeper blast or what have you. This isn't actually related to redstone, neither is that. So they should not be redstone. And then oh, but that one was. Okay. You are related to redstone, or at least some sort of build. I don't think we washed away anything of importance. I'm trying to get better about properly denoting what block is what. So if it's built out of like cobblestone, I know that it's just a junk garbage block that can be destroyed at will. But if it's made out of something like a granite, well then I know that it's related to redstone. So I should take great care when breaking those blocks. Making sure that it is completely enclosed and mobs can't spawn. We don't need these corner blocks. They're a little bit of overkill. We'll jump in the back and make sure that it's well lit. I really do appreciate how compact we've managed to make all of these builds and how tightly together we've been able to get them to work. That is very satisfying to me. Get to work, Nims? What do you mean? What do you think I'm doing? We just made another warp farm and it's amazing. It's gonna give us like 10 nether wart per hour and it's gonna be great. I'm not even joking. Oh gosh. Okay, so then we need like a fishing farm over here. We'll put the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, we could start placing out the whatchamacallit, the Enderman farm. Or the dark room mob spawner, which is almost exclusively an Enderman farm. It's 10 by 11, and we know that the width of our base is 11 blocks. So by doing what we've done, we've now set it up where everything should line up very nicely. The wall right here and the wall on the other side should also line up with the walls needed to make the darkroom mob farm. So then we could also go 1, 2, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we do that again. And then same thing on this side. It would be making sure that I'm lining this up correctly. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then this should be 11 blocks apart from each other. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 blocks apart from each other. So, like, yes, this is now what we wanted to see. So we can then put blocks here, and then this would be to enclose. We're going to have a drop chute that will drop mobs onto these platforms, and then underneath these platforms we're going to have like hopper minecarts rolling around collecting all the items. We don't need to put the items inside of our AFK room. That's totally unnecessary, but we'll take those items and move them somewhere else. This base is going to be such an efficient use of space. It's going to be insane. I'm going to go to sleep. Bye, everyone. See you later, Taco Cat. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I don't think that we need these magma blocks anymore, so we could drop those off. We can dump the cobblestone out of our inventory. We got more stone, dirt, and now I'm kind of prepping my inventory to go finish the fishing farm and the... what the hell do you call it? The fishing farm and the darkroom mob spawner, and maybe the nano farm. All of that is what's coming next. We've got one done. 3 to go. Oh hey, I guess we need these powered rails for this build. Convenient. Yeah, and I did build that at the right height. I want to be able to go walking past this and just be like, ah, yes, look at all these mobs just falling out of the air and dying. It's glorious. Well, it hasn't crushed yet, which is good because there just won't be anything there. I'm a little bit concerned because this guy is still at the 0 growth, but this one is clearly at growth. That's either 2 or 3. I don't know. I kind of wish we left a way to get into the back. I think I can destroy these 2 blocks. I want to see where this is at, and it's counting. It's at like 90. Yeah. 80, give or take, 80, 75. There is a 30-minute variant for that timer, but I'm really hoping that the 15-minute variant works. This might just be something that we test overnight to see how it works on a long enough time scale. Okay, so these chests are probably going to have to move at some point. Okay, I know what we need to do next. We need a bunch of cobblestone. Like, all of the cobblestone. We're getting spacing figured out, so that way we can place down our... what do you call it? The fishing farm. We need more cobblestone. Cobblestone. I'm just gonna put 2 stacks of it in here. Is that really all we have? Is 3.5 stacks? Oof. Oof. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We know that we want to be able to walk in front of this. We know that this area is going to be some sort of walkable space. we want to be able to watch the mobs dying. It kind of works out nicely because we also need to put a wall here in order to keep the mobs contained. Well, this kind of lines up with the wall that we already have established over here. So it's all lining up very well. And then this could probably be a walk space in the same vein. Maybe we leave that open for like access to our redstone, like a little iron door access point right here. So then we know that we're going to have some sort of floor that moves here, right? This goes up. Excuse you, could you not burn me? So we know that there's going to be some sort of wall that sits here. And we'll likely have a wall here. This will probably be glass. Actually, we can just make it glass now. We know this will be glass. We want to be able to see inside of it. The only thing that we don't know is, like, do we want it to be colored glass or do we want it to just be plain glass? Gray glass is so nice to look at. So, I don't know, maybe. We don't need to do it for both sides just yet. We're only really concerned about doing it on the one side in order to get the spacing required for the fishing farm. So let's go make some gray glass. I wonder how many ink sacs I've thrown away over all of the time that I've been using the fishing farm. And now I'm probably going to be regretful of it. Because isn't it gray glass that's a really nice, easy glass to look through? I'm pretty sure it is. Dude, this is going to be a tank of a base, and I freaking love it. I love it so much. We do need a way to get into the basement quickly and easily. At some point. Yeah, this works for the short term. Alright, we'll just put those back. We can add, we're going to be making black dye and making white dye. We only need 3 of it. We're going to combine that together to make gray. Let's check and see if we have any more ink sacs. Of course we don't. Okay, well let's take a look. Did we get more than 3? 1, 2, 3. That's a big oof. It's possible that we just got really unlucky this time. So let's give it another test run. So it's filtering back in. I'm just shortcutting it and doing it myself. Cool. So then we're going to place these down, turn it on. And now it starts counting down. And we'll see if we get more than 3 on this next harvest. If we don't, then we need to make it the longer version. Okay, we want to make gray stained glass. What's easier to see through? Is it gray stained glass or light gray stained glass? It's gray. I remember now. We accidentally trapped ourselves a... Is this just 2 llama, or is there a wandering villager in there? Probably going to be murdering them in the near future. Oh yeah, it's definitely gray. This is so easy to see through. Alright. So we're gonna imagine that we have a dark room mob spawner up in the sky. Blam, 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 blam! Monsters are falling out of the sky. They're dying left and right. It's amazing. It's glorious. Everyone is impressed as I start throwing tens of thousands of ender pearls willy-nilly. Why? Because we can. Okay, so knowing that we have that there, and that this is all going to be just giant platforms here. I kind of want to leave this a little bit more open for myself, so I can come back in here and, like, actually... Oh, hey, look at what we found. The inside of our redstone. I don't think that there's any reason for that block to exist. There wasn't. Okay, so now we very clearly have access to the underside of these magma blocks, which will be important when we go to set up the hopper minecart that goes underneath of them. So then I can a little bit more guilt-free. Just continuing to set this up. I'm basically building a basement right now. It's going to be nighttime. I can't risk it. Like creatures getting in or under here. We've just got to go back and start spam attempting to sleep so that way we can sleep before monsters spawn. Yeah. Is there any inventory management that we could do in these last few seconds? Not really. Maybe this bed needs to get moved. We'll move a bed over into the AFK room. Let me sleep. It's nighttime. There we go. So we'll drop the bed inside of our base. Inside of the new base, I guess. And eventually all of this is going to... Oh yes, give me that sweet experience. All of this is going to be cleaned up, and it's going to be just one big ultimate base. That's the plan, at least. Okay, so... That's the floor. That's also the floor. There was a torch on that one, which made it kind of important. I don't want to walk in here and then there'd be like creepers that spawned or something. Okay, so I'm going to take this out by one, and then we're going to build our structure down from this point. Oh, how do we do this? Trying to look at the cleanest way of setting this up in a way that makes sense for future me. I think we just throw a wall right here. And I think that'll be enough. That'll prevent monsters from being able to get into that lower area. And will continue to help us as we figure out our spacing for this upper area. Feels like the grass is spreading pretty quickly. You go, grass. Okay, I feel like this should be 3 wide if we were coming out and wanting to just use this as kind of like a hallway. 2 wide makes it feel a little cramped. So like we exit, this is a little door, the little tunnel, maybe a cubby sort of thing. And now we're walking up this path and we'll be able to turn, you know, 1, 2, 3. And then the path will continue. I didn't mean to get myself stuck. Something like this. And it will connect with the existing path that we would have over here in front of this one. We do have a zombie villager trapped here though, so it's a little awkward right now. So this would go up, and then we'd also have our gray stained glass, like that, and then this would come out just like on the other side. 1, 2, 3. And it would continue. We're just totally enclosing this zombie villager here. He's just part of our path now. He will forever be. We will forever walk on him to establish our dominance as the sole survivor in Minecraft. Okay, and then just like before, we'll be trying to... We'll dig this all out to be 2 blocks down, which gives us this like basement space that we would be able to build in. I need to be a little careful because the zombie villagers should be around here somewhere. Okay, I think we'll punch through daylight before we get to the zombie villager. Yeah. That gets us the majority of the magma blocks exposed. This shouldn't be anything. And it's not. This is where the composter converts our bone meal over. What do we do for this side? Where do we put that wall? Right on the inside. Okay. This is the last bit of cobblestone I have left. Hopefully most of this is making sense why I'm doing it. Not what I needed. Oh god, we're out. How many is that? Just making sure that we're not like burning all of our stone. I mean, we're at 23. 1, 2, 3, 4. 27. No, there's 27. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're losing any. We just need more cobblestone. If we had a haste beacon nearby, this could be insta-mined, but it's not that big of a deal. Oh, it just triggered. How much? 3. We've still only got 3. Which means that it needs to be rotated over to the 15-minute timer. So let's go ahead and set this up to be our holding left click. Actually, the armor still needs to come back off. We hold left click, we F3T, we let go of left click and Alt Tab, and then we should be able to pull up his video as we continue to auto mine in the background.
That I want to show you. Got medium duration. Fill it up. Need to update the water again. 5 ticks later, back into still water. Attacking it. One of the easiest 7 game tick clocks is the water clock, which unfortunately probably won't work in 13. So yeah, I have zero hope it would work because the whole water system got changed and
So the
past. But I can show you
30-minute clock.
Principle, additional 32 game ticks or 1.6 seconds. But you can take this one step further. So here we use a 6 game tick clock, but the hopper would transfer the items back in 8 ticks. If you would use a 7 game tick clock, it would be even slower. And that's what we're doing over here. So one of the easiest 7 game tick clocks is the water clock, which unfortunately probably won't
the
work
water
on
the water
13, so
clocks
zero hope
got broken.
which is detected by the observer. So we got
So
5
whatever
ticks,
thing
which,
told
yeah,
us
takes
that
in order to,
nether wart
transfer the
grows
state
in
of the
12
water,
minutes
plus
on
additional 2
average
ticks
lied.
of the observer, and that's how we got a nice water clock back in 1.11 and 12. Unfortunately, no longer in 1.13, but just want to show you the concept. It was really nice. Leaf wire creation, and this is a really cool one. It's the most compact 1-hour adjustable dropper hopper clock. The volume of this clock is only 30 blocks, but nevertheless you can get a delay of up to 62 minutes between 2 signals. In case you completely
Wow,
fill
this
up
is
the
what we
slot
should
with
have built.
items. Just have an 8 in there, so you get a short delay. Now the clock works like this. At the bottom you have a clock that powers this dropper and tries to transfer the items over to the hopper via the chest. But the hopper transfers the items back into the dropper. Now the clock at the bottom is just slightly faster than the hopper can transfer items. The hopper can transfer items every 8 ticks, and at the bottom you have a 7.5 game tick clock. I'm gonna explain this one a bit later. Now let's try it out. We just have 8 items in there.
In
You can see
113.
It's still gonna take quite a while until we transfer the items over. So basically pushing items back and forth, and it's gonna take a while until the dropper is completely empty. So now we're at 4, sometimes 3, and it's actually gonna take a while. Most of
Interesting.
the items are now in the chest here. Once we reach 0 items, we push over the observer and break up the clock, and then the hopper can transfer the items back. Alright, any moment. Okay, now the clock got disabled. Now the hopper transfers the items back, and we restart the clock now.
So then based on the number of items you
Just
would
activating this lever here again. Or to be precise, just powering.
based on the number of items you put in this, it would adjust the length of the
You can also
clock.
stop the little clock.
Okay. So I think we've got to give this a try because the 15-minute clock is not long enough, and I don't think the 30-minute clock still works. Okay, and we did get enough cobblestone, so let's go ahead and throw this back on. And by the way, our pickaxe took 3 durability that entire time and would have repaired itself if we didn't have that armor on. See, there you go. That's the power of this skeleton grinder. That's why we built everything the way that we did. I'm a little disappointed that whatever source that we read said that netherwort grows on a 15-minute timer. You may not rest now. There are monsters nearby. Oh. Yeah, there's a bunch of skeletons. That's fair. Whatever thing that we read said that Netherwart reaches maturity in 12 minutes. So I was like, okay, 15 minutes should do it. But clearly it didn't. We've now had 3 tests with it. So we're going to have to try this again. Let's go 1, 2, 3. And exactly the same as before. We go 1, 2. We're going to grab this. Okay. And then we need... Yeah, who knows? The 3 pistons facing down is definitely the nicer design. So that's what we're going to aim for. But who knows what we're going to have to use for compactness. Then we need to keep these blocks in place. Okay. So that's the start. Now we need to go look at this clock. Oh, Lord. Okay. I have no idea what block that is at the bottom. I'm also annoyed that he's not using a texture pack that has observers with arrows on the side. Like, these arrows make it so nice. I can tell some things, but others are lost on me. Okay, so we know we need a lever, a solid block, a note block, I assume that this is dropper, hopper, chest, leaves. We need logs. Okay, that should be enough to get us started.
This very talented redstoner, but unfortunately doesn't have quite the audience that ISO has. The clue of the system is the 7.5 game tick clock at the bottom. Slower than 8 game ticks, but as close as possible to 8.6 or likely acts like 9
Okay.
game ticks.
I just need to see how you set up. I don't need the backstory, Karen.
In the same amount of space, you can also fit the leaf clock at the top. And here is an light. So since it's sticky piston here at the bottom, and also this, use a powered rail or an activator rail, if you prefer that, but not block it. And the dropper is facing into the chest. Here,
I mean, yes, but I don't know what item you're using at the bottom, dude.
So this should be it. Here it's pretty much the same. Lock and unfortunately sticky piston.
He doesn't actually show you how to build this. I'm so frustrated.
Takes a while until you get the signal, and you can observe a clock that is slower than
I've just got to wing it at this point. That makes me super frustrated.
A similar design already for 1.12, where you used a 6 or a 7 game tick clock.
Okay. This is my best guess at what I'm doing, but again, I'm super annoyed here. Oh my gosh. Mango, I expected better. A log. And then 1, 2, 3. That looks like a 7 game tick clock. It's loud as sick. There's the lever goes right here to shut the whole thing off. It's kind of an awkward position for this lever. Can you just lever here? going to be very noisy when we run this thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway. At this point, we should now be able to... again, sticky piston there. These are best guesses. A regular piston here. We need an observer in between them. An observer facing down. A comparator on top. A solid block here. With the dropper facing up, a hopper into the side, a double chest here, and then an observer facing down with a comparator into the side of that. So then we would say, let's add like 10 items. I don't see what the issue is. Like, I know what the issue is. It's this piston here needs to extend. So maybe I just started it in the wrong sequencing. Okay, and so then it gets pushed over. I only have 5 items in it. So it goes 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, until it becomes 2, and then it becomes 2, and then it becomes 1, and then eventually it becomes 0, and then it becomes 5. Okay. So 7.5 game ticks per update. So, okay, so now I need the shorthand of how to figure out how long this clock is. How many items do we add? 576 items, right? Because you can add in a dropper. You can have 9 stacks of items. 9 times 64 should be 576. I'm pretty sure. 64 times 9 is 576. Okay, so then if we know... Ilmengo, why are you making me do math? Up to a 62 minute. So if 562 items gives you a 62 minute delay, then it is 9 items per minute. Basically, I think that's what that math means. 576 items creates a 62 minute delay. So then you take 576 divided by 62, and that would give you the number of items per minute. So that's 9 items per minute, and we know 15 minutes is too slow. Okay, so then we say nether wart growth requirements. I don't know, man. And the wiki then says, I mean, the average duration is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. There's 4 stages, but clearly that's not true. Okay, this is a bit obnoxious. Thankfully, we're only going to need to run that when we're AFK. Place on soul stand. The duration of each stage is random. Bone meal cannot be used. This seems insane to me that there's no, like, average period of max growth. And see, these are just, yeah. This is basically just YouTube plugs. It doesn't actually have the relevant info. Like all other crops, the growing time is randomized. While yes, that's true, it's also true that they have average times that they reach adulthood. Ugh. And I don't know what that is. I mean, we could test it for ourselves, but... It looks like the same link. I don't know, man. Yeah, see, it says 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but with no upper limit. Even this, with saying each growth stage is random, it still has to have some sort of bell curve showing, like, what the average is, right? Because if it's truly random, then it could last an infinity. It could be something like it has a, call it a 1% chance to grow per game tick. Obviously, that's a little high. But let's simple math, right? Because there's 20 game ticks in a second. So that would result in something like a 10% chance to grow every single second, which is just absurd. But that's probably what the odds are. It's like a 1% chance to grow each game tick. It's likely that it's probably, it's got to be something like a 0.0005 chance to grow every game tick, and there are 20 game ticks in a second, which means any given second you have a 2% chance of reaching a growth stage. Whenever you look at those odds, you can still determine at how long should it take for a growth stage to happen on average. So, ugh. We need to grab all these items out. I'm so over this. The Boov says, hey, I'm a big fan. Well, thanks for the kind words, dude. We're trying to figure out a small-scale netherwort farm right now. And it's going. I mean, we have the concept down. I just need to figure out how long to make the delay. And, it's not being the most agreeable. We'll say that. So let's say we know 15 minutes isn't long enough. So how long would we need if 15 minutes isn't long enough? 30? So we would need 4.5 stacks is roughly 30 minutes. I just made the tree farm, and is the dropper supposed to give the saplings? We'll take a look real quick. You should have a dropper right here, and there should be all of the drops that enter the tree farm should come out of this dropper. Everything that like is collected by all of these hoppers should get moved through this dropper into the player's inventory, with the exception of being the things that land on the dirt, which get collected by this hopper here. And this is what makes sure that the player always has the supply of saplings in his inventory. So, I mean, 4.5 stacks makes sense to me. So then we need to figure out how to wire this together. I mean, that should work. Because this observer will only trigger when this dropper is empty. This dropper will only ever empty, you know, once every 30 minutes at this timing. God, 2 to 4 nether wart per harvest on a 30-minute interval. So that's 3 nether wart per average. We have 3 things here, so we go 3, 6, 9. So this is literally going to be 18 nether wart per hour. That's what the rates of this are looking at right now. Obviously, if you were to expand this track and you were to make this larger, you could, it's 9 nether wart, right? 3, a gain of 3 twice. So it would be 6, 12, 18, yeah. So each block is 6 nether wart per hour. The more blocks you have, obviously, the bigger and better rates that you'll get out of the farm. I just didn't know if the dropper was supposed to drop the saplings onto me and make it fully automatic. Yes, 100%. 100%, this dropper is supposed to shoot saplings at the player, and that's what keeps all of the saplings in the player's inventory, so that way they can stay AFK for forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. 18 stacks or just 18? Just 18. But this isn't meant to be the big farm. This is literally a small, it's like a mini micro farm is what it's supposed to be. Do micro farms give crazy rates of anything? No. If you built a single, like if you built a pumpkin farm that was like this, which this one is actually kind of full. If you were to build a pumpkin farm like this, where it's only 1 sapling, it's obviously going to have very slow rates. But if you build a pumpkin farm that's gigantic, like this one, obviously the rates get a lot better. And so that's the concept here, is this is admittedly a tiny, tiny nether wart farm. So it's going to have tiny rates. But you could easily scale this up. It's literally just adding more rails and more nether wart in straight lines out, and then the farm gets super much better. Why isn't shooting saplings to you? You probably missed, there's a single drop of redstone that comes here. So you've got the double observer in the back that has the repeater into the bottom of this dropper. Then on top of this hopper, you need to have a redstone dust here into a solid block here. And then that red solid block is right up against this dropper. And that's why. And if that's not working, then you've got bigger problems, my dude. And that's something that I would not be able to quickly diagnose for you. Yeah, this all looks fine. Seems good. So at some point this thing's going to empty. And let's give this a test. So let's encourage it to empty a little bit quicker. Take it down to like 4. Okay, so any moment now. So what I'm expecting is that when this comparator shuts off, this observer sends a signal, which does the things, which this one does the things, and there it happened. And we got our 3 nether wart back. Perfect. Perfect. So it worked exactly as intended. I think we could make it smaller again if we're being honest. Starts to get, like, ridiculously tall, though. Yeah, I think this will work. Oof, no, it can't go back any more blocks, because then we have problems with, like, the right-click feature. Nope, this is what we got. Because this note block here would override the player attempting to... Wait, no it wouldn't. Because we could just aim down. We don't have to aim at the back, we could aim down. Okay, yeah, I could go back one more. So when this updates, we'll need some way of updating the blocks next to it. This should be refilling itself right now, and indeed it is. Okay, so now it's emptying itself. I am back. Mo efficiency. Yeah. I think we've got it this time. We're now using a clock that can go up to 30 minutes. It's a little noisy, but, you know, we're AFK. What do we care? Okay, so here's the concept. Is we're zooming back and forth. We're holding right click while looking down. This clock is running. After 30 minutes, this dropper will empty, which will shut off this comparator, which then sends out a observer pulse to this piston, which moves this observer over, which allows this dropper to stop triggering. So this observer no longer triggers this dropper, and because the observer is no longer triggering the dropper, it refills, and then when it completely refills and no more items are entering the hopper, this comparator shuts off, which triggers this observer, which triggers this piston, which will push the observer back into position, which resets the farm. This down here is a 7 game tick clock. So and I'm not good at this part of stuff. It's a 7.5 game tick clock. We're using leaf stone. So whenever you push a log adjacent to leaves, you can detect that happening with observers. So by doing this, and there's some specialty amount of timing that this takes, and by using a piston, pistons take like 1.5 game ticks to extend or something like that. Maybe it's 2.5, something ridiculous. So this sets up a 7.5 game tick clock. So this is our clock, and then this observer here checks the clock, and then it's what runs the dropper hopper combo, and then this over here is what activates our reset. Now whenever the reset happens, because this dropper is empty, this comparator shuts off, which sends a signal through this observer, which we then observe happening, which we will then power this block here, and then this will then power the piston here in the middle, and then we will quasi-connectivity power the outer pistons, which will be properly updated with the note blocks on top of them. That's what I'm expecting to happen. So we're gonna pull all of these items out of here. We'll just put them back up in there. And we'll take this down to like 4 items. Now we're at 3, and pay attention to how long this takes. That looks perfect to me. And then us as the player, we would be in this farm. Actually, and we let me set this up correctly. A lever like this, and then we have a hopper minecart here, and then we're just holding right click, right? And so at some point, let's empty all this out and put all of this back in. That's not long enough. Okay, that should be long enough. And now we're just holding right click. So we're AFK, my hands are completely off the keyboard. Any moment now, it should clear itself, and we see that, perfect, and I'm able to quickly and easily replace those. This is exactly what we expect to happen. So this looks perfect. I think that we can go build this in our world now. Is there a hopper minecart under the soul stone? No, I'm assuming that the player will just have open inventory space and be able to collect it. Basic math on a farm of this size is that it will gather roughly 18 nether wart per hour. Not a lot. It's not a lot, but it's still enough. And like, think about it. If you AFK overnight, you're talking 9 hours of AFK, right? 8 hours to sleep, maybe 30 minutes to fall asleep, 30 minutes to wake up before you get back to your computer. We're talking 9 hours of AFK, which again, I recognize 9 hours times 18 per hour is only 162 nether wart, which turns into like, what is this, like minus 64, minus 64. It's like 2.5 stacks. It's almost exactly 2.5 stacks. But 2.5 stacks of freaking nether wart, that's more than you're ever going to need in the entirety of you playing the game. Unless you want to build like with nether wart blocks. What if you make a 0-tick bamboo farm and then make that go into a composter? I don't need to make a 0-tick bamboo farm because I already have like a super god tier farm that's not nearly as ridiculous. Additionally, the best composter farm that you could set up is a pumpkin melon farm. Wouldn't it be faster to just plant them? I'm in at this point, but it's more about the coolness factor for this thing. And what's the last thing that we need to do here? We would just need to take this lever and connect it what happens to this? I mean, that looks pretty good to me. We'll obviously need to invert this at some point. Oop. It needs to be inverted because if this rail is on, then this torch should be off. But if this rail is off, then this torch should be on. So there's our inversion, and this is what we will, this will be the state that we keep it in. So there's our system. So there it is. Let's go ahead. I'm going to destroy that block, and let's go build this in our world properly. Before we do, let's take one more look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 observers. 1, 2 sticky pistons, 1 regular piston, 2 droppers, a note block, a few solid blocks, 1 hopper, a double chest, 3 leaf blocks, and a log. Okay. There's no way I remember all of that, but, you know, maybe by saying it out loud, I remember 1 or 2 more things that I would have forgotten otherwise. And we're really trying to get it to fit in the same form factor that we did with the previous one. So I need some logs. Yeah. I want the spruce log. Beautiful. We need some leaves. I need some shears if we're gonna get... We've got some mending shears inside the base. Yeah. I was thinking use the bone meal and then take that into the tree farm automatically. Zero tick, the farms are really laggy. So like typically I try to avoid them. Also, I think zero ticking is a bug and like a glitch, and it will be fixed. So I'm not going to recommend anyone ever build a zero tick farm. I just don't think you should. If that's how you want to do it, hey, I think you're right. I think it'll work. But you could build something that does exactly the same purpose, and it's not going to... There's no way that it gets patched or broken or breaks. And that's building a pumpkin or melon farm. Pumpkin and melon farms have been a part of the game since I don't even know how long. And there's no exploitation of code, there's no exploitation of game mechanics, there's nothing to be patched or fixed. It's 100% working as intended. Is it still waiting on your bee farm? Dude, I still need to make the villager breeder. Okay, so there's all the leaves that we need. We should be able to... Let's punch this out, so that way we can see what we're doing again. Still going to be 1 wide, so we don't need to do much else. I'm going to put a couple more torches into these areas. Hopefully, what is this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tall? How tall is the new one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tall. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, but we are going to have to change some stuff. Yeah, or automatic bamboo farm. Exactly. I mean, if for the purposes of making something into bone meal, pumpkins and melon farms, specifically melon farms, are the best, bar none, thing to turn into bone meal, especially from like an automatic farm. Melons have a, what is it, like a 35% chance of adding a layer of, we need more observers. I don't know if we need more comparators, more pistons. I know we needed a note block. We need more droppers. Everything else should be fine. Yeah. Melons have a 35% chance of adding a composter layer. compared to something like, I don't know, like a pumpkin or a bamboo, which only has like a 10% chance. But melons grow pretty quickly, especially whenever you build them in that like 4x4 configuration. And melons also drop like, what is it? I think it's like 3 to 7 melon slices per melon harvested, which means that for each melon grown, you have like 2.5 layers added to your 2.5 layers added to your composter on average, which just blows everything else out of the water. That many layers added is just insane. This is a creeper hole. A skeleton shot at us. They missed. They shot a creeper instead. Creeper hole. Alright, well, dude came out to try to murder me and ended up murdering himself. And then I got myself stuck in a hole. Bruh. Hydrate, you fool! Oh, I put it on the other side of my chair. Bee farm first. I mean, the bee farm's smaller and thus probably easier to publish, if we're being honest. Okay, so we need to make this thing the correct thing now. Which means that we just need to undo a lot of this. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's a little obnoxious at this point, but, you know, in BG. I have way too much dirt. I don't think we care about this much dirt. Yeah, we kind of care about that much dirt. I don't want to risk those slime blocks despawning. What do we just hard not care about? Bone meal? Anything that's dropped under those wolves gets placed into lava, so... Oof. Seeds? What do you mean seeds? Okay. Yeah, we need to... Oh yeah, seeds are also garbage. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. We need to go dump our inventory. Yeah, I found them. Wrong chest. Right chest. We also don't need a lead. Observer. Bunch of droppers. Bunch of pistons. More sticky pistons. I think that we're good. Normally I use fire and netherrack for a skeleton farm trash can. Underneath the base in this area, we run multiple filters to separate out all of the arrows, all of the bones, and then anything that's not a bone or an arrow gets placed directly into lava, which is underneath this dropper. So if we were to, we don't have anything junky in our inventory here. We have 3 arrows. It just gets shot out into the lava, never to be seen again. Okay, so this all just needs to be disassembled, doesn't it? Like 100%. I'm gonna try to put it. Nope, it doesn't reach. I made the skeleton farm a lot of times, but I used oh, okay. I mean, either works. It's all the same. Probably better to use fire instead of lava. It doesn't have the risk of overflowing and spreading throughout your base. Lava is kind of... I don't want to say it's like non-renewable, but you have to explore to get more lava. So it's kind of non-renewable. Alright, so let's take a look. I've got the video paused where it needs to be paused. So we won't need these jack-o'-lanterns anymore. I don't have any more granite. I'm going to go back to base and get a little bit more granite because I have a feeling we're going to need it. Keep picking up these seeds. Don't need them seeds. Bless. And let me move this over into a different monitor so that way I can see chat. It's dark. Nothing important yet. I think we punched this out. I think we'll leave that torch there. There's a very real chance that that's like the actual spot that the torch gets used again. Okay. So let's take a look. We know that we have... How did I do this in my world? I've already forgotten. Okay, it's an observer into a solid block with 2 note blocks on either side of it. So that means we need a solid block there, and then I need, you know, 2 note blocks. So we need 2 more note blocks. Right, that's kind of what I was saying too. It's easier to get fire than lava. That's what I was meaning by like non-renewable. I kind of have this like internal thing in my head, and it might be totally irrelevant, but I classify items as like infinitely renewable, partially renewable, and non-renewable. So infinitely renewable is something like trees. You could just grow new trees 100% of the time. It doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, you can always make new trees, right? 1 sapling can give you 1,000,000 trees. Infinite, right? Pumpkins, melons, also infinite. Something like dirt. Not infinite. You have to, if I were to have a chunk and I were to dig this entire chunk of dirt out, that's it, I'm out of dirt. Now I could move to the next chunk and dig all the dirt in this chunk, that's totally possible. But then once there's no more dirt, I have to move to the next chunk, and the next chunk, and the next chunk. So that's partially renewable. You can always explore more in Minecraft and thus find new resources. but you can't just make an infinite amount of it from where you're standing. Now, that being said, I do think that dirt is actually infinitely renewable. It's a little convoluted. I think you need to buy it from wandering traders, but that technically makes it infinitely renewable. How do you get the debug stuff? F3Q shows you all the things that you can do with the F3 menu. So F3G shows me chunk borders, but F3Q will give you all the information that you need. I needed 2 more note blocks. That's what I was doing. What? Do I not have... What am I missing? Redstone dot. Okay, there's my 2 more note blocks. Yeah, it's all fine. A bit dazed. How's it going, man? Okay, so with this new timer, we will also, we'll be able to dial in our own durations, depending on how long the efficient time is. And this is facing the wrong way. Might be a little bit difficult to get the face the right way. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Nope, that is the wrong spot. That needs to be up a block. Okay, so this one is observing this observer facing down. That observer is observing this redstone comparator facing inward. Oh god, this is about to get so convoluted. Okay. Let's see. And this one's facing down. So we have a sticky piston facing this way with an observer facing down. Or observing up. I don't know which way you would call that. Observing upwards into a solid block. In this solid block, we have... Lord help me. I think it's the dropper that faces up. I think that's what's supposed to go right there. We have something on fire? What? Do note blocks catch fire? It kind of looks like they do, huh? What do we do about that? You make note blocks with wood. It makes sense. I'm just not happy about it. Okay, it's just a little past noon. I was hella confused on why it was catching on fire for a minute. Do me too. It wasn't just you. Okay, so this is supposed to go up. I need to get on top of base. Because we're supposed to have a dropper facing up, a hopper into the side of this dropper, a chest on top of that, it'll be an observer facing down from this position with a comparator out of this observer into a regular piston, not a sticky one, regular piston. Okay, we did the thing. A regular piston, and then we want, I'm gonna worry about filling that with the correct amount of items later. And then we're not even done yet. We need a dropper, a sticky piston, and a bunch of observers, some leaves. I don't know why we brought our fishing rod with us. Another note block. Something like this. Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything important? Were you here for when we determined a 15-minute timer was not long enough? So it would be, oh god, we're about to place leaves in, and we've got lava right next to it. Please don't mess up. Okay, so this is supposed to be a note block. This kind of gives me my perspective a little bit, which means that this is supposed to be a dropper. We observe this dropper. What the hell? Oh, scared the shit out of me, dude. He must have spawned directly on the magma blocks. That spooked me. Wow. Kinda dumb. I need to observe in to the note block, and then I need to observe out from the empty dropper. Then we need a sticky piston with a log on it, 3 leaves here, and then I need to go to take a nap before mobs start spawning. I always kill wandering traders, but the poor llamas. I don't like wandering traders. I'm not that big of a fan either. I appreciate the items that they add. Think about it from like Skyblock's perspective, right? You're now able to get a bunch of blocks, like saplings, that you would have never been able to get before. So that's pretty nice. Okay, so then all we need to do from here is, instead of this torch being in this position, this torch needs to be in this position. Okay, so then to set this timer up, we decided we needed 4.5 stacks of items. It's going to clean this inventory up a little bit so that way we can see these item stacks a little bit easier. There's 1, 2, 3. Oh God, fine. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 4.5. What is the misgiving of the Wandering Trader? They're just obnoxious. They make a lot of noise. They get in your way. Okay. That might have pushed this into the incorrect position. And it did. Okay. We had this problem happen when we first set this up in the... in the creative world. And there we go. Now we have approximately a 31-minute timer, and we could pull out like 10 items. And now it's a 30-minute timer, but it's just easier to keep track if it's a, you know what, we'll pull out 31. So now it is a 30-minute timer. Give or take a couple of seconds. It might be 29 minutes and 50 odd seconds. It might be 30 minutes and like 4 seconds. But like, are you really gonna burst my balloon on that, chat room? Okay, so then just shut it off. We flip the lever and all of the items should just be getting added quickly back into this dropper. Looks good to me. It's very noisy. We're going to be AFK while it's running, so I'm not too concerned about it. That is a fair concern, but again, we're AFK while it's running. I'm not worried. Does AFK me care that a thing is noisy? Not at all. The tree farm is even noisier, but we all agree that like that tree farm is incredible. And we're AFK, so do we care about the noise? Okay, so this goes there. We can destroy all these blocks to get on. Nope, we can't. We actually do need to get up here because we need to fill in all of this space that we just made ourselves vulnerable to phantoms. I'm out. Beautiful. Okay. I missed the tree farm. I mean, we haven't built it yet. It's not here, but it's coming. What did we end up... Oh, there they are. I was like, what did we end up doing with all of those jack-o'-lanterns? Those are stairs. Get some more light in here. That's all I'm trying to do. In a spot where it doesn't matter. No random clips, my dude. That's just super rude. Who even does that? That guy does, clearly. Alright, so conceptually, and we're down to 2 nether wart, but it's kind of okay. Let me go get 1 more nether wart. It's currently set to a 30-minute timer. Let's get like 6 nether wart. See you later, James. Take care, man. I feel like I have to sneeze. I have the coronavirus. Oh no. Turn this on. Jump the cart. Give it a little bit of a nudge. And we're able to, while AFK, my hands are off the keyboard, place down all of our nether wart, place down automatically while we're AFK. Now, on a 30-minute timer, this nether wart will be destroyed. We should being the imperative word, then yield something like 18 nether wart per hour. I don't know what the correct timing of this thing should be set to, but it's something like 30 minutes. I am a little curious if it's possible we could have built this like a block over and therefore not into the roof. It doesn't really look like it. It looks like, if anyone's curious, that clip wasn't even worth looking at. Nice. Dude got himself in trouble for spamming a crappy clip. Good on that dude. Props to him. Okay. Well, we can get started on the Darkroom mob spawner from this point. Let me try to inventory manage a bit. We've got wood products that go in there. We've got stone products that go in here. More stone products. Put the glass with the glass. Tons of redstone-y things. Redstone. Leaves are very much so a wood thing. Glass with the glass. To dump those wherever the hell. Jack-o'-lantern. And we need more torches. Looks like we also need more coal. Looks like you need to make a little coal farm. I mean, I've been cutting down spruce trees and then turning it into charcoal. It's been getting the job done. Oh, you know what? I need to sleep, so let's just go ahead and do that. I need to sleep in this one though. So now that we have the magma where it's supposed to be, the magma blocks, we can easily build our 3 platforms that encompass the rest of the Darkroom mob spawner. Are coal farms even a thing? 100% they are. It's not technically coal, it's charcoal, but it's a small little like 2x3 machine. I might have one in some world just chilling. They're super handy. Not this one. I think it's in this one. Man, it's been forever since I've had to look for the coal farm. I thought it was in this one. Oh, here it is. Boom, coal farm. This is a coal farm, legit. You don't actually need any of this covered up, but it's fine. It makes it look better from the inside. I don't remember how to use it off the top of my head. Let's see if we can figure it out. The concept here is you place... Yes, I remember now. You walk up to your coal farm and you just place all of the stacks of logs that you can into the item hopper, and then you walk away and it's done. That's it. That's all you need to do. All of those items will be converted to coal. Now, the interesting thing is, obviously we have a furnace running in here, but the furnace is fueled by the coal that the furnace itself produces, which is where this little bit of redstone circuitry comes from. So whenever the coal gets taken out, it's put into this hopper. It's then put into this dropper, which this comparator sends out a signal, which then powers, and places it into the chest here for the player to use. Now, if our furnace ever runs low on 64 charcoal, we have a item hopper with a very rudimentary filter set up on it that pulls the coal out of this chest and places it into the furnace. So it will, all you ever need to do is add wood. That's it. That's it. If you just add wood, all of the wood that you add will be converted to coal will be converted to charcoal and will be placed into this chest, and then as needed, be placed into the furnace to continue the process. So yeah, coal farms are absolutely a thing. It's kind of like old school tech. We don't really use them much anymore. But yeah, they are absolutely a thing. That was a good question, Boov. I like that question. Okay, so I need a ton of cobblestone, and I know that the mobs need to fall. We're at Y65. What's 44 plus 65? So that's 69 plus 40. Is that's 109 is where the bottom platform needs to be? Do I have that right? 109 is where the bottom platform needs to be. Okay. 109. Maybe I should have put some water down there. Yeah, let's get some water before we do this. Somewhere kind of safe to jump into. If we're way up in the sky, we should be able to reach like a little 2x2 of water down here, right? Nice little landing spot. 44 blocks up into the air, and actually we're going to be approaching 50 blocks into the air because it's got multiple layers. Like old school tech, we also have like infinite item storage in one single block. But like nobody uses that anymore. So we're going to 109. Do you think you can make one so I can make one? One of what? A charcoal farm? Like everybody calls them charcoal factories. Here, let me see. I got you, dude. I got a video that's only 2 minutes long on how to make a charcoal factory.
Welcome to Nims Toots. Today we're gonna be
109. 7. So the next block I place will be the 109th. Okay, and so this is where they fall. So this is the platform that they actually... God, no. That was the wrong block. Okay, I caught it. So this is where they actually start from. So this is the platform that we need to be on. So then we need to make a 10 by 11 platform. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, this is the 11th dimension. 11. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That looks right to me. Did I go one too far? I think I did. I wasn't really paying attention, if I'm being honest. Not a problem, Boov. They're super handy to have, especially for the early game. Nope, I went the right amount. I'm just an idiot. Okay. So let's double check this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. So this is our first spawning platform. So if you can imagine, we're going to have a flying machine up here, or like a piston sweeping arm that rotates from side to side, so left to right, and the monsters will get booped into this hole, and it'll be a long drop chute all the way down until they land on that magma. In which case they die, and we get their drops. We can fit 3 layers of this off of the same little bit of redstone circuitry, which will be really handy. Additionally, because we're using a mob, like a sweeping arm, a flying machine, and not something like water, we can actually process Endermen with this design, which means that there's no point in building a Ender in the end, because we already have a skeleton grinder here in the overworld that can give you all of the experience that you need. This is a little wasteful for torches, isn't it? We already have an ender, or we don't need an ender because we'll already have all the ender pearls that we need. And the other use of an ender is the experience, but we don't need the experience because we have a skeleton grinder. So we're going to be able to farm AFK ender pearls and experience, whereas something like an ender requires active player participation, which is going to be, will this hurt skeleton rates? No, but the skeleton farm will hurt this thing's rates, but I'm not too concerned about that because it's only going to eat 4 mobs out of the mob cap at any given point. Additionally, the skeleton farm will only ever really be active while we're on the inside of that room, whereas this thing will be active pretty much as long as we're within the area. Like, you see this kind of like clearing here that we have for the trees with this hill, kind of going to this hill and then going over here to like the water area. As long as we're in this space, this dark room spawner will be active, whereas the skeleton spawner will only be active if we're inside of that room. So yes, the skeleton spawner will hurt the rates of this design. However, this thing's going to be active so much more often than the skeleton farm ever will. Water looks cool up here. It does look kind of nice. It looks so serene and peaceful, doesn't it? And there's our second layer. 3 blocks up to allow for Enderman to spawn. Ugh. Some of the scenery, and blocky as it is, looks really cool sometimes. It really does. Like this is just like a handsome view. That's just nice. All of this looks pretty good, except for the giant, like, mountains of cobblestone that I have. But that's me. That's the player I'm industrializing this world. 1, 2, 3. And then on the 4th. Okay, and this will be our 3rd and final layer. All of this obsidian texture is kind of blending into itself, and it's making it hard for me to see, like, if we've missed any holes. Ugh. Misplacing them like that, it's just rough because I know it's like, ugh, now I have to mine it and it takes forever. We didn't really leave ourselves like a clean way of getting down, did we? Like, not to the next layer that's below us. I could try to do it right here, and if I miss, I just go for the water pool. That wasn't too bad. So at this point, we know that the holes are going to be over here. So we have a pretty good indication that this is just going to be a giant wall. I actually do know this. Well, it kind of depends which side. Yeah, we're definitely going to be building out into this area more and not into this area more, right? Yeah, based on how the skeleton farm is set up, we're definitely going to be building into this area more, which means I want like the clean aesthetic face of this to be forward, and the big bulky blocky redstone side of it to be in the back. So this is the front, this is the back. That means the front is just a wall. And you can see how while we're up here, mobs are spawning below us, which means that if we were down there, mobs would be spawning up here. 1, 2, 3, and then this should be a slab at this height. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then we slab the top. I'm I'm kind of making a staircase here so that way I can get back up in the future. Okay, something else I should have been doing this entire time is each time I pillar up, I should just pillar up and make my actual drop shoot. I shouldn't pillar up in a way that, like I should just pillar up and build the redstone that's necessary all at the same time, or the walls that are necessary all at the same time. Look at all these zombies trying to get my villagers. Please, you guys are so obvious. Me and my friends just started a D&D campaign and have no idea what to do. Any tips? Well, I am not the most experienced with D&D. I actually just finished rolling up a character 2 days ago, and we've been having like tons of talks about it here in stream chat. Okay, I'll help what I can, right? I have some knowledge, but not a lot. Not a lot. So what part are you stuck at specifically? Are you stuck at like character creation? Are you stuck at like making a good campaign? Or are you even before that, like just not even knowing what you need to have to get started? I want to fight this Enderman. Oof, he teleported. He teleported again. He teleported again. Teleported again. I built it and it's awesome. Aren't they just so convenient? Yes, we got an ender pearl. Character creation and having no idea what to do at the beginning. Okay, well for character creation, let's see. What's the easiest way to do this? So first, I'm going to say don't multi-class. Don't try to make a character that can do 2 things at once. Additionally, don't homebrew. It'll be very complicated understanding what homebrews and multi-classes are for your first couple of sessions. God. So for those first few sessions where you're still trying to get a handle on everything, let's start out by just have everybody pick the like archetype that they want to play. Do they want to play the tank damage dealer? Okay, well play some sort of barbarian. Do they want to play like a stealthy class that is all about like subterfuge and okay, perfect. Do they want to play the stealthy class that's all about like subterfuge and like deceit? Well, then play a rogue. Do they want to play, the ranged mage damage dealer shooting fireballs? Cool. Play like the sorcerer. I'd avoid something like the wizard because it requires a very thorough knowledge of spells and how to build your spells. It's just going to be really overwhelming. Start your campaign at like level 1 because you don't want to have to worry about starting any higher than level 1 is going to be a little bit more complicated. So start your campaign at level 1 and just go from there. To figure out how to build a character, I'd recommend looking at just pick your character and then do your best to follow what the... Oh, that wasn't what I needed to destroy. Do your best to follow what the player's handbook says you should do to build your character. If you need the player's handbook, well, worry not. I've got you right here. I've got to find the link. I don't remember the name of it. Okay. And here is a link to the PHB. So you'll just, that way you have the most important material in character creation. And then just, so pick one of the more basic classes, something like a barbarian, a rogue, a ranger, a sorcerer, something like that. Maybe a cleric. The rogue still might be a really complicated class for a first timer. Pick one of those more basic class. Oh my god. I only took 4 hearts falling from the top of that thing. Are we broken, chat room? Are we really powerful? Alright. Okay, video game. You died? Dude, my heart skipped a beat. It skipped so many beats. Oh, the wolves are fine. Feather Falling 4 is OP. It's not just Feather Falling 4, it's Feather Falling 4 with Protection 16. That means that we have maximum protection against falling damage. It's kind of absurd. If you ever need any more, I'm trying to think of the word. If you ever need access to any of the other books, just do a Google search of any flip plus the book name that you need, and you'll find it. Any flip. So it's very similar, the same URL that I've already linked to you. Oh, actually, we did need to go down from there. Okay. So at this point, I think we're ready to go set up the sweeping arms. Nims needs nerfed, confirmed. I am really broken. How do I disable mob spawns in my test world? Game rule, do mob spawning false. Besides spawners. Game rule, do daylight cycle false, set time noon. That's how I do it. Yeah, so then we set up sweeping arms that push mobs left and right, left and right, left and right. I don't remember if Nim's mob farm. I'm looking at my own tutorial again. Okay.
Stick to be grabbed by an ender.
Each layer must be 11 by 11, and we've only made our layers 10 by 11. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is the spot where our redstone is going to be. I remember this now. No. All right. Okay, so we've got our 11 by 11 platform set up.
And also a block that does not stick to After you finish your 3 layers, we need to grab some sticky pistons and some slime blocks and come in here and add the sweepers that are going to...
Okay, so that's where we are. So we need sticky pistons and slime blocks. That feels a little broken, chat room. Sticky piston, slime. Sticky pistons, slime. I know that we need glass. And just solid blocks, which we have. Let's move it over onto this other monitor. That would have killed an Enderman? It really would have. I did that, but slimes and animals are spawning. I have no idea then. That's my redstone world. Still have animals spawning. If your Y coordinate is too low, then that's why you're getting slimes to spawn. Hey chat, hey Nims, how is everyone doing this fine day? Dude, I'm doing fantastic. We're building a dark room mob spawner in the overworld that will kill Endermen for us. So it's going to do Endermen, witches, and then of course all of your standard mobs like spiders, zombies, skeletons, creepers, what have you. But like mostly I'm excited because I'm building a... Okay, well, this could have kept going. A dark room mob spawner that handles Endermen in the overworld. Just, it's cool. It's so cool. Okay, let's not miss this jump. We need to do it again. Oof. Okay. Maybe we should, like, hang off the edge here. And for the short term, build up. Some sort of staircase to get in between layers. That seems like a good idea. Okay, there we go. Staircase in between layers. Damn, we're smart. Oh, that's nice. Auto farms help so much. Having Enderman is a nice addition. Can't wait to see it complete. Yeah! We're just going to start each one in the corner. That was wrong. I don't know if we brought enough slime, if I'm honest. Come on. There we go. Were your wings up here, sir? Could get dangerous? Wait, he has a totem. I don't have wings. We've never been to... we haven't defeated the Ender Dragon yet. As an aside, I've never had Elytra ever in the history of Minecraft. I took my break before Elytra were a thing. And since coming back to Minecraft, I've been just focused on like my builds and haven't really had wings. I haven't played much survival, so I just don't have them. But we can do stuff like this, and it's not that big of a deal. It's like, what, 5 hearts? So, not too worried about it. I'm trying to get that Enderman angry at us. There's another one over there. I'd like it to be bad. Yeah. Nice. Oh, now the zombies got it. Okay. Very cool. Any more Endermen that we can see? Okay. Have fun and pick Sorcerer. Sorcerers are a lot of fun. Thanks for the advice and link to the book for D&D. Yeah, and again, if you need any of the other books, whether it be the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Monster Manual, Xanathar's Guide to Everything, you can just search, like Google search, any flip, and then like book name, right? And this will pull up any D&D book that you need. So like if you search any flip, Dungeon Master's Guide 5e, you will find the Dungeon Master's Guide in PDF form on their website. This is gonna be so cool. Oh, I see. Yeah, Elytra is great, but sometimes I miss being on the ground. I like the on-the-ground perception of the world. I feel more immersed. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Let's see. I mean, if we're being honest, all of this is going to come out, be replaced with cobblestone at some point. We just need to... This one doesn't come out, actually. There's spider like under us? I think there is. Let's do a quick check and see what we're supposed to do next. I've got these slime sections done.
We need to add some more obsidian. This is where a lot of the expense comes in. So we're gonna come in here, one block.
Okay, I see what we're supposed to do next, and it's obsidian. What is that? What is what? So, simply, Adello, I would try to... We'll just pillar up. It's not that big of a deal, I think. I would try to have one person playing like a barbarian, one person playing something like a ranger, one person playing something like I don't know how many people are in your party. One person here. This is it. A barbarian. Let's assume you have 4 party members. A barbarian, a ranger, a ranger or a rogue. It can be either or there. A barbarian, a ranger or a rogue, a sorcerer, and then a cleric is what I would do. Barbarian, ranger, rogue, sorcerer, cleric. And those classes are all relatively simple enough. Maybe not the rogue. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe fighter makes it easier. But rogue is such a beautiful, like, archetype of D&D, so I don't know. Enjoy the rest of your stream. I suppose I shouldn't drive and watch. See you later, man. Take care. Drive safe. Farm would be cool if it wasn't made of cobble. It's not going to be made... Okay, the front of it will be made of cobble. That's fair. Alright, so we need to... Everywhere along this edge. Until we connect over here. Needs to be obsidian. Rogue is pretty simple. I think sorcerer would be a bit harder. I mean, I'm trying to get them the experience of like having a spellcaster.
Look at the
And what's
size
the
of that
dude?
thing.
Momiji with the $50 freaking out of nowhere. What the hell, dude? Holy chat room! Did you see the size of that thing? That was so big. That's so generous, and like, thank you so freaking much. Holy heck of crap, Momiji. Can we, you know what we can do now? We can do party phoenixes. Can we get some party phoenixes for freaking from Momiji, how do we do that? It's like Nim's party? Is that a thing? Control C, Control V? Look at that. I can eat dinner tonight. Thank you again.
Paper arms. We need some more.
Okay, and then we've got to do the same thing but on top of them. Yeah, look at those party phoenixes. Huh, I placed it wrong. That's my fault. I'm terrible. I'm a garbage human being. Okay, we got it. It worked. So I had to run a little low on obsidian. Hopefully this is enough. I think it's enough. Okay, I think that's the end of that step. Flame wheel. I like how you had the like thinking phoenix emoji in there.
Or 3 layers. After
Okay.
we've got that, we're gonna get some walls installed on the backside. So immediately 1 block up on the top layer, we want 1 row.
Okay, so then it's connecting these sections. I almost fell, chat room. You didn't see that. It's connecting this. He probably has stacks and stacks of ramen somewhere. It's true, dude. It's in my pantry where it's supposed to be. I do go for the yakisoba ramen, which is 55 cents instead of 10 cents. So it's the expensive ramen. But for 40 cents more, dude, it's so much tastier. It would be funny if it wasn't
Light
true.
obstructing block, so some sort of solid, opaque block.
Okay, we finished this. Old Nims.
Once you've got that, we need to get the spacing for the chute for the mobs to fall down. So we're going to come in here on the side. We're going to come out a few blocks like this, and we need to leave a gap.
Okay, so then I believe that we are going out like this. And like that. I think that's what I'm doing.
Here for this returning pit.
And then we need to do it again. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. And then I think we're doing that 5 more times for all the sides. The Porsche of ramens, dude, it actually is. I mean, it's still 50 cents. But it's much tastier. It actually has a little vegetable pouch too, so you can get a little bit of cabbage in it. That actually sounds pretty tasty, if I'm being honest. Maybe that's what I'll make for dinner tonight. Y'all don't judge too hard now, okay? Do you still have mac and cheese? Oh god, we still have unicorn mac and cheese. Yes. I'm so tired of mac and cheese. You have no idea. Oh hey, we don't need to do it 6 more times. No, yeah, we did. We've got to go 1, 2, 3. And then we've got to go out like that. I think that's right. Oof. Okay. We're running real low on cobblestone here. Little cobblestone saving trick right there. Oh yeah, big brain plays. What do you make at a pigment farm? No, a dark room mob spawner. This will be able to handle everything from creepers, skeletons, zombies, spiders, to endermen. I guess we just listed every mob except for witches, so it can handle every single mob, including witches. If it can spawn in the overworld, hey, this farm can process it. It's a little bit slow at processing something like a spider, but that's just because spiders stick to walls. What do you want from me? Perfection? Okay, now we have this beautiful staircase that we can move up and down to finish this damn thing. Okay. Looking good. I mean, that's what we needed. We're like out of torches. What's the point of the slime blocks? Eventually, it will be a train, like a chain that moves left and right. So imagine I'm a mob that spawns and I'm just chilling, enjoying my life. And then all of a sudden, this like huge arm of sticky pistons comes out of nowhere and it like pushes me over this way. And then it keeps coming and it pushes me over again. And it keeps coming and it pushes me over again. And then it keeps coming and it pushes me over again. And I go falling and I land on top of these magma blocks here, which kills me because I don't have feather falling and a billion protection. And if I do have feather falling and a little bit of protection, like some skeletons and zombies undoubtedly will, then the magma blocks will kill me. So that's exactly what's going to happen. That's going to be good. Good. Good thing you have a stone generator? Truth. You didn't steal those cabbages from the Avatar dude, did you? Oh, 100%. My little dehydrated cabbages were created exclusively by the cabbage merchant in Avatar: The Last Airbender. 100%. God, we're so low on cobblestone. What do I see on needs more pink and green Phoenix locked in the emojis? They are the $10 subs. Oh no. Oh no. They're the $10 and $25 emojis. What are the perks of being a sorcerer instead of like a barbarian or a cleric? This is a good question. The sorcerer is kind of like your stereotypical mage. Have you ever played something like World of Warcraft or like any other fantasy-based genre? Okay, now that we're back up here. Apparently we never finished this side. So a cleric is going to be very... I haven't seen if he's responded yet. A sorcerer is going to be your high fantasy magic caster. They're going to just sit in the back line, just conjuring up the biggest spells that they can, nuking your opponents. That's what their goal is. No, it's my first time playing something like this. So you have no experience in the fantasy genre prior to this just now? So you've never even played like a video game like World of Warcraft or what's another like super popular fantasy game? Like watched, I don't know. Have you watched like The Witcher on TV? RuneScape? RuneScape's another wildly popular one. Oof, okay, Okay, okay. So a barbarian is a big dude with giant muscles that likes to smash things. Using something like a giant battle axe, a two-handed battle axe. He just wants to cleave dudes in two. That's his kind of fighting styles. He's a big, beefy, muscular dude that just shrugs off attacks that would like deeply wound someone else. He just shrugs them off. He's so eager to kill things that he's not really slowed down. He doesn't really care that you just stabbed him in the kidney. Speaking of stabbing in the kidney, that's what the rogue does. Is he's really good at being kind of sneaky, subterfuge. He's trying to like get behind enemy lines and like stealthily take care of whatever target you need to have taken care of. He's usually really good with his words. He's usually pretty clever, and like has kind of like he's kind of like your ninja-esque class. A sorcerer is the one that's just like sitting in the back, like I said, conjuring up a fireball and then launching this fireball directly into the middle of all of your enemies and watching them just scream in pain. And then the cleric is like blessed by this is fantasy, so there's a bunch of like deities, there's a bunch of gods. So a cleric is blessed by a god. And then through the power that this god has instilled in them, seeks to spread their god's word upon whatever realm you're playing in. So they do a bunch of things, usually healing related or like damage based through their god's preferred damage types. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, so what I tried to do, barbarians make for good tanks. They're great at just absorbing damage. Rogues, sorcerers, rangers, those are your damage dealers. They're also going to be the ones that have like your skill, like your Swiss Army knife of skills. If you need somebody to pick lock a door because it's locked, well then you're going to ask your rogue to pick lock the door. If you need to track down a wild animal, right? Then you're going to ask your ranger to do that tracking down. If you need to defining what like magic users do. If you need to do anything weirdly related to magic, that's where the sorcerer is going to step in. So you need to just start a campfire, but you don't have any of like a flint and steel. Sorcerer. Trying to simplify this a bit, chat room. So barbarian is big tank, low BTS. The sorcerer is high DPS, backup, troop, rogue, smart, high damage, and cleric is healer. But barbarians also are high DPS. They are also high DPS. All classes in D&D are, for most intents and purposes, high damage. So what are you building? The Dark Room Mob Spawner. I was just trying to think about D&D.
2 blocks out from the existing wall.
Okay, so we're filling this in. So then future me is like build walls. Okay, past me. I can do that. So here's our little 2-block gap. And I don't know how much cobblestone we got, but hopefully it's a lot. I think this is where it goes up at. Okay. Let's go do the other side before we get too far ahead. Okay, yeah, this all looks pretty all right. Okay, nice. Thanks for all the help. Yeah, I mean, and your experience will vary, but that's a good thing. In D&D, just as much of the one person is going to write a story, is literally going to basically, and they can do it on the fly, but they will, by the end of it, they will be writing a story. If the person that you have writing the story is not a very good story writer, and it's okay if they don't have it literally written, but they will need to come up with this story. They'll need it to write it on the fly. So as much of your experience playing D&D is controlled by the rules and the character that you make, even more of your experience will be determined by the player that you have that's responsible for like the narration, the story, the everything else. Replace all the cobblestone with red terracotta. Do you think I have red terracotta? I don't have red terracotta. Where am I gonna get red terracotta? Yeah, we're out of cobblestone. Well, I mean, the person writing this story, I have a lot of trust in when it comes to storytelling, so it should be fine. I mean, that's good. And it's okay, the next big thing that I'll tell you, it's okay if your characters, if, like, you bend rules or stuff like that happens. What's more important than playing strictly by the book is that, like, everybody's having fun and that everybody at least agrees upon what's happening. If, trying to think of how to explain it. If you guys make a rule that makes it easier for you to play and therefore have more fun, then that's fine. Change the rules. But only so long as everyone is in agreement with the rules that were changed. That's the most important thing. How far up is the drop chute? 44 blocks. From the height of the magma blocks down here to the bottom of the platform, it's a 44 block gap. It's D&D is designed for people to be creative and to like write interesting stories and you know, kind of like play a book is what it's supposed to feel like. It's supposed to be you playing through a book that someone has written. Well, books aren't great if they follow exactly the same plots and themes and characters and everything. Get a little weird with it. Go a little wide. Come up with something different and new, and you'll have more fun for having done so. Is the gap important? What do you mean the gap? The 44 block gap in between the base and the bottom of the Darkroom mob spawner, it is the most important thing. Use a Silk Touch pick Nims, then Smooth Stone. That's alright. you have lava fall on water to make smooth stone. And so we could swap this out, and then I would be getting smooth stone. See, there's the 4 smooth stone I just got. Yeah, the drop gap is probably the most important thing, right? You could have any number of configurations for a dark room mob spawner. There's hundreds out there, literally hundreds. But almost the one thing that almost all of them have in common is dropping them down the correct distance. I hate you. Yeah. Yeah. I hate me too. I don't know how much more stone we need. You know what? I'm gonna take a free drink of water right now. How much do you think we got now? 3 stacks. We'll give it another go. We'll just keep trying. We need to put this back on before we forget. That could have been death. I imagine that some of this cobblestone is going to be replaced at some point in the future. And like, I don't want to make it out of smooth stone because smooth stone can be instant mined with haste. And I think I would risk damaging too much of this design if we smooth stoned it. You might not agree, but that is my justification. So at least I'm not doing it for just because. You know what? After thinking about it, I think inside of that house, we have a bunch of cobblestone in a chest specifically for this build. I'm almost positive. Did we already do this side? Hey, we did. Okay. And then let's see what we're supposed to do next. So I built up all these walls.
The first 10 blocks of those legs need to be built out of some oak.
So then I need to build the legs. Okay. Nice. So we just need more cobblestone. Why is smooth quicker? Just smooth has a lower mining resistance than cobblestone does. Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. And that's just the way the game is. I will rescue you, cobblestone. everything looks good. We have a Totem of Undying. We've got... Okay. Just doing a quick inventory check, making sure that we're still okay. Oof. So, So at the Y99 mark is where everything must be dark. So let's just go down to like the Y95 and say that that all must be dark. Because we know that the bottom floor is we know that the bottom floor is at 109, and we can't have light get up from like our glass into that bottom floor. Let's go 97. It'll be okay. I can't tell my positioning. Okay, wow, I was actually spot on. Let's see, this should be 10? 10, right? 11, 10? I don't freaking remember. Ah, we've got the spacing on the other side. Okay, so all of this above this point must be some sort of solid block to prevent mobs from spawning. Or, excuse me, to prevent light from getting up inside of the farm so that way the mobs can be spawned. Exactly the opposite of the thing that I said. But under this point, it could be glass, it could be open, it could be anything we want. Probably shouldn't be open. Point still stands, though. Okay. Then we're just aiming to fill in. I should have taken this a little bit higher, but it's okay. Literally one block higher would have done it. It's all right. I'm going to be able to get back to that spot. Nims, I'm never doing parkour with you. Why is that? Dude, I'm so good at this. I've only fallen like 3 times. Easy. Them high drops, I mean, feather falling 4, protection 16. Easy peasy. Okay, let's take a nap. I'm geared out better than you and still won't do that? How do you get better gear than what I've got? I mean, I guess you could have made God armor back in the day, but still. Okay, we got to do the same thing onto the other side. Chill, dude. And we said Y97. Well, equal, I mean. Oh, okay. Dual wielding totems is the way? Clearly. What happens if you die while dual wielding totems? Like, do both totems get consumed, or is it just the one? I have no idea how far out this is supposed to go. This looks right. I don't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 10 is right. Okay, so then we need to build up to a point where we can just reach. Okay, that's perfect. I have mending on all my gear and tools, and that's why I said that. Mending, 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 mending. Infinity, which is mutually exclusive with mending. So still kind of the same thing. Mending, mending. I have mending on shears. Get at me. Obviously, I'm just being like facetious here, but I could still use an elytra. That would make moving throughout this world much nicer. You need mending on the totem? Dude, can you enchant totems? Because I 100% will. Mending shears? Didn't even know that was possible. Exactly. My mending shears, I shouldn't be carrying them with me. They're just taking up inventory space, but still. Silk Touch shears? Remember when Silk Touch shears used to be like super broken? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I need a cape so bad. I'd love to go to Minecon and get a cape, but dollary dues, my dude. There's only so many of them in the world. Oh, I guess I don't really need that block there. Is this my last 7 blocks? Am I really gonna run out like 20 blocks away from being done? You have the same shears as me? No way! No way you made mending unbreaking 3 shears. Nobody makes mending unbreaking 3 shears. Unless you're me. Are you me? Nims has lost his fear of falling. Dude, I straight up have. We now know that we can fall straight up 40 some odd blocks and be fine. don't know how much more cobblestone we need, if we're being honest. I know that it's probably a lot. Can you get an efficiency 5 on your shears? You can, actually, but there's no reason to. Wait, did Silk Touch shears work? It was super broken. Silk Touch shears didn't take durability whenever you Silk Touched stuff with them. So a single pair of shears could Silk Touch everything for the rest of the game. That was eventually nerfed, and Silk Touch shears started taking durability. But yeah, there was a period where, like, ice farms, the best tool to use for an ice farm was just Silk Touch shears, because it would never take durability. What if you have a lot of webs to shear? Where are you that you have so many webs that efficiency 5 becomes a relevant factor? That has so many web. Oh, maybe in a custom map, I guess. Maybe you built a chimney and decided you hated it, and now you're undoing your chimney. Alright, let's see what the next step is. Okay. It's glass. It's like a billion glass. So it's just more cobblestone. Barely even tickles, chat room. I think we're kind of at a point where we need to stop the stream, and I just need to AFK farm a billion cobblestone. If I'm being honest, we are just. It's just gonna be like a minute of building, 5 minutes of cobblestone. A minute of building, 5 minutes of cobblestone. But it's getting there. That's gonna be a really cool sight to see. That's gonna be so cool. I thought like the handle look that the skeleton farm was gonna give us was really cool, and being able to like whenever we'd come back from the slime farm, we'd be looking for the handle, right? But like coming out over, God, it's so big. Coming up over this ledge and being able to just see that, it's gonna be even bigger. I kind of like it. It'd be cooler if it wasn't cobblestone. What do you want me to build it out of? I don't have where. Look at how many blocks it's taken so far. If not cobblestone, then what? I mean, I guess we could maybe go crazy and convert all of our cobblestone into like brick, like cobble or stone bricks, and Silk Touch mine it all. No, I'm not doing smooth stone. But we could probably do stone brick. So take these guys, convert them into stone bricks, and then we could build it out of that. What did I make my stone bricks? Stone bricks. And what is this? Spruce and spruce fences, stone bricks, spruce logs, spruce planks, and stone bricks. I concede. Everything will be made out of stone brick from now on, which means we will be silk touching our cobblestone generator from this point onward. And there it is. This is what we will be doing until this barrel is full. And then we'll probably do it again. But the fruits of that we'll have to look at tomorrow. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I do appreciate it. A huge freaking shout out to Momiji with the $50 reviews, man. That's insane. I just get flabbergasted with that amount of love and support. I will be here tomorrow, same time, same place. I'm gonna go eat my 50-cent ramen for dinner. Thanks, chat room. Oh, hey, and thanks for everyone with the new follows today. We got quite a few of them. So just thanks. And if you haven't already, be sure to hit the follow button right now. Again, we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. See you later.